What's up, guys? We're back for covering the third round of the classical portion of Hans's match. Um, just to, how do I hear myself twice? All right. Just a little heads up again. I think Amin and I are both a little bit sick, um, so my voice will definitely sound scratchy. So apologies for that, but excited to take off.
Yeah, hey guys, we've
Welcome,
been
guys.
we've been missing out. Sorry for the delay. We've been not feeling great this morning. But yeah, now we are here for action.
Yeah, I think Hans got us sick. That must be the case in
Um,
Kazakhstan.
yeah.
What's up? All right. So round three of the classical Hans's way. Um, their match score is currently even. So very exciting stuff. All right. So taking a quick look, it looks like we finally didn't get it Berlin. So it looks like we'll get some more action. Um, all right. So we got this Bishop D3 knight. I don't know too much about this line. I mean, I know it's a decent way of just trying to get a position and playing chess, but I mean, I'm sure you know a lot more. So take it away.
Yeah, but I just don't see the. Did you share the screen? Like, I just don't see it. Um,
It should be up. You guys can see the board okay?
you guys see the board? Uh, because I don't see it.
Yep. Chat can see it. Are you looking at the stream right now, or what are you looking at? I mean,
I'm not. 1 second. Uh, so maybe we can explain a bit. I will try to fix this issue.
yeah, okay. So we got this bishop d3, 92 knight. And yeah, Hans chose this f4, this quick f4. And yeah, we reached this interesting kind of position because pretty much every piece is still on the board. Um, and the thing is, it's not really in this sort of structure, right? Neither side really wants to do anything in the center. White doesn't really want to take on e5 ever because it'll help black open up his bishop, open up his pieces to develop naturally. And black doesn't really want to take an f4 because then white will play knight takes f4 and knight d5 is incoming and white's pieces begin to activate. So both sides are kind of playing slow, sort of improving moves for a while. Knight d7, very logical, hb3, a5, h3, just sort of slowly improving the position. But looking quickly, what I do notice already is, again, Hans with an hour to 24 minutes. So, again, this game is going to be a huge time advantage. Going back to the strategy from yesterday, but seems like it's working out a little bit better today. Um, h6, queen e1, knight c5. And here he goes for this queen g3. So here's where he's sort of enticing black to sort of make a committal decision in the center, right? Because after queen g3, the game proceeded at h5, and some trades happened. Um, I guess if Hans wanted to, he could kind of continue to play slow. Maybe a move like Queen F2 comes to mind, um, and just kind of eventually prepare for some F5, G4 sort of kingside attack. Why Hans never played F5? Yeah, that is a good question. So let's imagine Hans played F5. So let's say here, Anish will go Bishop C4, and this is a very interesting way of playing. It's sort of double-edged because Hans will want to sort of play for the eventual kingside attack with G4, G5. But the problem is it's a little bit slow to get it in, right? Right now the G4 square is covered. And already Anish has some ideas of breaking the center with d5 at the right moment. So it's very double-edged. It would be a very interesting way for Hans to play. Um, to my eye, it seems like he could sort of play this more strategically. Like a move like rook a4 comes to mind, just sort of forcing black to trade bishops, after which white will have complete control over the d5 square, now that the white square bishops have been traded. But yeah, I mean, at the same time, it's not like white wins the game, right? White does have the backward e pawn to worry about. Black can play for the d5 break. And yeah, the game goes on. So Hans chooses a more kind of slow approach with queen g3, and then h5 happens. So yeah, I'm not sure how much I love this for white, giving up the darts for bishop. I mean, he could have taken on f4 with the knight as well, but I guess black would be totally fine after trades and something like bishop f6, where black's bishop will come to life. So yeah, Hans goes for giving up the darts for bishop, which seems a bit counterintuitive, but he's also immediately aiming for the d5 square. and his argument is that all the rest of his pieces will be pretty active, aiming at the king. So interesting way of playing. But it does feel like if Anish can sort of neutralize White's attack, then long term we should be doing pretty well with the two bishops. So he goes bishop d8, yeah, knight d5, queen d7, queen d4, take, queen e6, and we get the split after queen b4. So what is happening here? I mean, do you see the board now? Hello?
Yes, Brandon, a little.
I mean, said. Yeah, exactly. I think he went back to sleep. Is Amin here or no? All right, well, guys, I guess I'm commentating on my own today then. What's up, guys? We have a change of events here. Leaving me all alone. All right. Well, all right, chat. How do we get him? How do we entice him to come back on? How do we get him back? I mean, to wake me up for game 4, yeah. I think he saw the position, opposite colored bishops. I think he wanted to get some more rest. Figures I can take it away, and I'll just play b4 and just top lines very strategically. Yeah, so b4 it does feel like the most logical move to me here. This is what I was thinking about. So what was Anish's idea here after b4? So okay, taking the pawn e4 seems suicidal. I don't actually see a forced win for White. Maybe Hans thought there was nothing here, but But okay, it feels like White could probably play something relatively slow, maybe like rook fe1. No, apparently that is not the move. But I'm trying to understand what is the point of b4 after knight takes c4. Tell him Hans is forced main, he'll come back. Yeah, I think that's my best hope. Why not rook ae1? Maybe rook ae1 works. I guess it does. I was afraid of knight g3 check, but I guess you can go king g1 simply, and Black's pieces will have some problems because now the queen is attacked, and if Black tries to take on e1, White will go king f2 and then win the pieces back. So yeah. So I guess Hans did have some sort of active idea with b4 and rook a1. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, the position is very weird. It's kind of hard to understand all these nuances. So I guess Black would be forced to play f5 to keep the knight.
No, don't
But
join me.
in this case, yeah, I think White has very, very good compensation. So probably, yeah, I think these positions are very hard to evaluate because White has more activity and the knight is awkward for Black, but at the same time, it's probably there's no forced win or anything, right? So, okay, seems like we're getting Amin back. Are you here? Is he here? The mystery of the century. Yeah, maybe bishop takes d4 and rook f4, as Shai is suggesting, just winning the pawn back, and then you're playing with this great knight on d5 versus Black's bishop on d8. So, no, definitely very, very interesting try. Yeah. I highly doubt Anish wants to take on d3 because if you take on d3, then you're leaving White with this amazing knight on d5 versus Black's bishop on d8. So probably he would take on e4, rook e1, f5. They would reach this kind of position. Take rook f4. And okay, it looks nice for White, but probably Black can play something like queen e5. Okay, computer says this is not the right move, but I don't know. In general, this kind of position, if Black can sort of neutralize White's immediate initiative, then I don't know. Well, I do prefer White slightly, but I think if nothing too terrible has happened for Black. Queen b5, queen g6 played. Queen b4, you mean, yeah? Queen g6. Okay. Yeah, but okay. To be fair, I mean, queen b4 feels very logical to me as well. Just queen b7, keeping Black kind of stuck for a little bit. For example, queen e5 would be very logical, but it would be met with rook f5. So I think queen b4 also makes a lot of sense. Just kind of keeping more pieces on the board. So queen g6 is played. Yeah, so queen g6 does feel a little bit awkward to me, but I guess he has some concrete ideas. Like I don't
Okay.
know, I guess he's ready to just sort
Yeah, yeah, all good,
of
all good.
argue that Hans is not really doing much immediately, and I don't know, the bishop could come to h4 at some point, maybe trying to activate his own pieces. So how's point eight now? Why? Yeah, no, beats me. I mean, the computer in these positions is it's very hard to understand. Like, I mean, we see Anish didn't really understand this in a classical game, so it's not really like there's like, for example, normally if you see point eight, you assume there's some idea, but a lot of times the computer in this sort of position, the computer will just say point eight for right without like it'll say like you just play a random move, and there's some deep sort of strategic idea behind it. But Hans versus Matt is much more exciting now. All that we need now is Brandon versus Danya. No, totally agree. I think a match versus Danya would be much more exciting than these boring classical chess games.
Hey, sorry guys, I've
Ah, I
been
mean, you're back. You're back.
yeah, I've been having some technical issues. Now it's all good, all fixed.
Chad assumed you
It
went back
seems
to sleep, so
it seems Hans is doing great in this game. Really amazed by the way he's playing so far. I was not expecting him to catch Anish in this line, honestly. He seemed to get a very playable and comfortable position, and he's navigating it extremely well. Um, I don't know if he went through the whole game or not, but yeah, he played very logical, very principled chess so far, and now he's having a great position.
no, for sure. Yeah, I was looking at this sort of bishop d3 type position before, and yeah, I was just talking about the decision to go queen g3 was very interesting. Just willingly giving up the dark square bishop for the d5 square. Um, because there are a lot of interesting moves for white here, right? After knight c5, he could sort of just wait with maybe queen f2 or kind of slowly improve, but he chose to sort of tempt Anish to force matters with queen g3, inviting knight h5, but just giving away the dark square bishop and going for the d5 square.
Yeah.
So very interesting approach from Hans.
Well, I did check the game briefly, and AG was suggesting f5 instead of queen g3, but f5 is usually um, it's not an easy decision to make because once I mean it looks very nice. Like eventually, what can launch an attack on the king side with the queen g3 or g4 later on even. But the positional risk of f5 is that whenever black gets to play d5, then white just collapses. So that is a very risky decision. But Hans played queen g3, which is very understandable. And
Yeah. No, definitely. Because the thing is, right, if Hans had three moves with g4, h4, g5, he would be completely winning. But the problem is it's very slow here, and already black is ready to counter in the center with d5. So it makes sense if you're getting some quick attack, but yeah, as Amin said, strategically it can be very risky. So queen g3, yeah. No, I like this. It's a very practical way of playing. I like this because, okay, computer says it's equal here, but you're kind of forcing Anish to make some decisions here. And Hans' moves are super easy now, right? And bring that into d5, queen d4, double rooks in the f file. Super easy play for white, and now all the pressure is on black to sort of figure out how to survive. So
100%.
I do like the way Hans has played this. Queen d4. And yeah, we were discussing after queen e6, he had this interesting option, b4 as well.
Yeah.
Sacking on e4, and after rook ae1, f5, take rook f4. You're going to win the pawn back, and perhaps some slight advantage. But I also like the way Hans played with queen b4 because this you're kind of forcing matters a little bit more. Probably you're going to exchange some rooks very soon. So I think, although white is slightly better here, probably, I think the way Hans played keeps more life on the board. So I like queen b4 as well.
Yeah.
Um, and then Anish
Yeah.
played queen g6, which
Wow.
feels awkward. And Hans played rook f3, yeah.
Great. And Hans is having huge time advantage, which is crazy. He's not only better on the board, but he is also having time advantage. Things are going great for Hans so far. It would be a
Yeah.
very
No.
important win for Hans, because then he will have a 3 point lead, and yeah, also mentally, it would be great for him to come back like this.
For sure. This is sort of the Hans we know, right? Like he must have gotten some good sleep, recovered after yesterday, back in classical shape because this is Hans we know. He's making sort of quick, intuitive decisions, and putting pressure on black immediately. Like he's maybe not okay. Apparently, b4 is a top move, not queen b4, but it's very typical Hans. It's sort of just keeping the pressure, keeping black stuck in forcing black to be passive at least, and always worrying about his activity. and just continuing to put pressure on the clock, playing quick intuitive decisions, and this is the Hans we know, right? And yeah, for rook f3, I don't even know what to suggest for black, right? Because you can't really take on e4 because b7 will fall, and if not that, then what exactly do you play? Maybe he wants to activate his bishop somehow with some bishop h4, perhaps. I think that's pretty logical.
We'll just rook f1.
But yeah, probably just rook f1. And what does black actually do here, right? Maybe it's like something super ugly like f6. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
that looks
yeah,
bizarre.
yeah.
I don't know, f8 maybe, but it's like too passive.
Yeah. I mean, you can play rook f8, but also yeah,
Yeah,
apparently doesn't
exactly.
force win here.
Probably
Maybe
loses.
just an e5.
Yeah, and h4. Yeah.
Right, and if take on d3, take on h4, and then there's 97 for it. So all of white pieces are coming to life with all these sort of tactics. I'm not even sure what black is supposed to play. He goes rook f8 immediately. Okay. Yeah, that makes
Wow.
sense too. But very, very passive, yeah. So probably Hans will go rook f1 pretty quickly, I'd imagine. Um, yeah, I imagine rook f1 will probably happen. And yeah, so what should Anish be playing for here then? Maybe? I mean, it's hard to even suggest a move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe you can try to play something ugly like rook b8
I mean,
to try to
yeah,
solve the problem.
exactly. That's what I wanted to say. So you should try to maybe get the knight on e5, but it's even like it's almost impossible because even if you get to play knight d7, let's say your rook is on b8, if you get to play knight d7, I always have e5. So
Right.
it's just I don't really see a good. I mean, black probably has to just sit on mate. I don't really see a good plan for black.
Right. Rook f1 does happen. And yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to suggest a move. Yeah, I guess this queen g6 move is kind of weird to me because I don't think he's ever really gonna take on e4 or anything, and like I'm not really sure what he wanted with this queen g6, but yeah, at the same time, it's hard to suggest something else productive to play. Um, hmm. Because the computer still says black is okay after queen b4 somehow.
I'm pretty sure Anish hated his position at this
Yeah,
so he just couldn't come
definitely
up.
very uncomfortable.
Yeah, this knight is a monster on d5, and this you have this f5. Everything's protected. It's a great position for white from the practical point of view.
Definitely, definitely. Um, and yeah, I mean it's hard to even suggest what to do. So he goes bishop g5. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Trying to maybe aiming for rook c8 at some point, trying to put some pressure in the center. But again, like I highly doubt black is ever really going to take on e4. So he kind of just has to wait around and see what Hans plays. So if you're Hans now, how do you build up the position more?
That's a great question. Do we try to go for some h4 at some point? Like, do we try to play on
Right.
h4? Just
Maybe
to
some move like rook g3 or
yeah, rook g3 makes sense to me. I was thinking maybe even to reroute the queen. I'm actually trying to find like what would be the best plan. Um, it would be I think nice to get b4 eventually. So maybe some like queen
right,
d4, uh, followed by maybe b4 later on,
right.
and yeah,
Because as
also
Amin pointed
sometimes
out,
queen f2 followed by h4 in the future. Um, so yeah, I kind of like queen d4 because yeah, I don't see any other plan for white.
no, totally agree. And as Amin pointed out earlier, right? If let's say black makes a random move, if b4 happens, then black will be forced to trade on d3 because if you move the knight, then e5 will happen, and black is in huge trouble. I guess here you go d e5, but in general, I mean, not the here maybe you have some better move. What
And
is the
also
win
the
here? I
thing is
guess.
that traditionally speaking, knight takes d3, c takes d3 favors white because it protects the e pawn. And now it's some sort of a good knight versus bad bishop. The knight on d5 is a monster. White has no weaknesses. I mean, at least for the moment, you can say the pawn on e4 is weak, like before knight takes d3, c d3. You could argue that the pawn on e4
Right.
is or e5 square is weak. You can at some point put the knight on e5. But after knight d3, c d3, it's just a perfect position for white, an excellent position. Just total domination, I believe. So yeah, this
Right.
straight hold.
And something funny I just thought of is if Black would play knight d7 in this position. I don't know if it's the best move, but something very interesting I could try is queen a7. Um,
Yeah.
and the point is like, okay, now you're threatening e5 and the pawn of b7. And if Black were to play knight e5, you can probably just take on b7 and sacrifice the exchange, and just showing how helpless Black's position is, right?
Exactly.
His bishop on g5 is completely not attacking anything. The queen on g6 is out of play. You're gonna scoop up all the queenside pawns, and you have this monster knight on d5. This looks like a classic Visu kind of position, not an exchange, but total
Yeah.
domination. So
Yeah.
yeah, very very difficult for Black. So queen d4 is very logical, probably the most likely move we'll see. Um, if not queen d4, then I'm curious what else might we play. Maybe even queen e1 as you suggested
What?
before is
Yeah,
also
exactly.
interesting.
I wanted to point it out. Same idea with b4, and also I'm eyeing at h4. Queen
Definitely,
e1 is really
definitely.
logical. But I'd like to centralize my queen with queen d4. Just having the full control over the board and everything. I think queen
Yeah,
d4
and queen d4 is super.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I'll definitely go for queen d4.
Yeah, it's super natural to just centralizing your queen. So maybe Anish will try something like queen back to e6, and hoping to beat b4 and knight d7, so you don't have to take on d3.
Yeah,
Seems very natural. Um. So
but still,
yeah,
yeah,
I mean in
it's
that
still
case,
it's still I think I'm go b4, but
b4, knight d7, and
maybe rook f5. I don't know. I'm not sure,
5.
but
Mhm. Yeah, I still like this idea of annoying Black with queen a7 at some point. I don't know if here, but
mhm. Well, the
just
thing
kind
is
of
that
forcing the
queen
Black
a7
move.
could almost always be met by rook b8.
Right. But yeah, there's probably some combination of way to play. Also with some threats of h4 at some point. Um, yeah, rook g3
Yeah,
comes to
totally.
mind. Rook f5 comes to mind. Yeah, it just seems very pleasant for Hans. Like a lot of options. Black is kind of just doomed to passivity, kind of waiting to see what White does. So
Exactly. I have to just sit tight and like wait for white um, to show his plan.
definitely.
I don't see much from. So what did he play? Hans is not play. Okay, okay.
He's still thinking after
Hans is
bishop
still thinking.
g5. Yeah.
But do you see any other options instead of queen d4? Maybe some other plans, or do you think this is the
Um,
only idea?
yeah, I'm curious. I wonder if you can try some h4 somewhere. Maybe here. I don't know. I guess it doesn't work here. I was thinking some kind of trick if you take then e5, something like this, but it's probably
Hmm,
too much.
that's
Uh,
interesting.
yeah, but I guess if h4 you can maybe it just goes back to d8. Honestly, I don't know. Just looking for all sorts of kind of weird ideas, but because all of White's pieces are pretty active, right? It feels like there should be something, but yeah, h4 is brutal, but unfortunately, probably too much here because it's just a little bit weakening as well. So you have to be careful.
I would really expect him to play queen d4. I don't
Yeah, I
see why
expect
he
queen
would.
d4 too because it's like completely risk free before it's coming. It's a move you can play kind of fast and again put the pressure back on a niche to figure out how to defend. Um,
Yeah.
totally agree. Yeah, I mean, I guess like some rook g3 here also could be interesting, but he does play rook g3. As soon as I call it, wow. Right as I say, he played it. So he's aiming for h4.
So I think his idea is that after queen e6, actually, what does he want to do after queen e6? I thought he wants to go queen d4, but they will be met by queen e5, I believe.
Yeah, so queen e6 is the most natural for black. And yeah, queen d4, black has good queen e5 and kind of neutralize this. So I'm curious, what is Hans's idea? Sneaky Hans. You know what I think the point is? Now you can take on e5 and take on g5. And at the end of the line, f7.
And then f7
After
is
all the
endgame.
trades,
That's nice.
I will take an f7 at the end of the line. So
How good is
hey,
this?
this like yeah, this endgame is probably still kind of drawish. Like black can start with king g6, and then maybe take on d3. But okay, he has an extra pawn at least.
Yeah, makes sense.
Very sneaky idea from Hans. So yeah, maybe for queen d4, black has another move. But h4 is coming, so I'm curious why the computer gives only 0.1 for white. How else do you stop h4? I'm very confused. Um,
Can you start with knight d3 or it's just crazy?
Start with knight d3, but cd, and then
Oh,
I
it's the
mean,
same
five sort
thing,
of
right?
transposes. Sort of transposes, right? But maybe here you have a better move.
F5?
F5, wow. What a move. What a move. Yeah, I guess this works, but I don't know. Do you think Anish will find this?
I mean, he has to find queen e6, that's for sure.
That is true. But yeah, queen e6 is like pretty much the only move here, right? Because h4 is coming, e5 is coming. I can't imagine another move being played here, but yeah, I'm curious. So what is actually happening here? Knight d3, cd3, f5. I mean, it's so shaky, but I guess it works because if white goes h4 now, black can go f4. And I guess maybe we don't even need f4. We can also go bishop f6.
Yeah, that was originally my plan.
Simply.
Yeah, looks totally holdable.
Yes, I guess black is just in time with this play then, yeah? I guess you could take back on d3 with the queen, maybe.
Yeah, but then it's not very good. Like just maybe
Yeah.
rook e8.
Right. Then all black's pieces are pretty
Yeah.
happy here. So
It's very important to recapture the knight with the pawn, just because of the pawn
yeah,
structure.
maybe a little bit. Right. Yeah, yeah. Knight d3 should be met by cd3, but no, maybe a little bit too ambitious from Hans. Then maybe simply queen d4 was the way. Just keeping total control over the f file, avoiding all counterplay, and then kind of figuring it out from there. So yeah, queen e6 does happen. Yeah, I imagine he'll go queen d4 pretty quickly.
But does he have any other idea? Maybe there's something
Yeah,
else.
I'm wondering. But I don't see it. Maybe he wants some rook f5.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
Maybe that's the point. He goes queen d4.
Yeah.
Quickly. Yeah, so now is the question, will Anish find this? I mean, once you see it, it makes sense, but you also kind of always have this sort of mental block that you never want to take in d3. And when your time taking down, you might start panicking. So I'm not that confident Anish will find it. I don't know. We'll see.
You might also go for. So basically, there are almost only two options. Because
Right.
otherwise, how would you stop h4? So one is this knight d3 followed by f5. The other is queen e5, which Anish might think that this endgame is holdable for black, and he might just go for it.
Yeah, so in the end of the line, what is an extra pawn? But it probably is holdable. I wonder what the accurate way for black is. Maybe. Curious. Probably you start with king g6.
Yeah, I really like
Forcing
king
white to
g6.
rook. Yeah, forcing white to rook off to 7, and then let's say rook f5 probably. Don't go rook e7 if you're Hans trapping your own rook. That would
Yeah,
not be a good way of ending the game. But probably rook f5 will be played, and then should be holdable, right? Maybe there's some. Maybe knight takes d3 and rook
yeah, just taking rook
c5 is
c5.
interesting,
Um,
right?
but how is maybe b4 and then rook b5 and then
b4, rook b5,
maybe
and maybe Hans
king
can play king h2. Yeah, just gonna keep it. But what is happening here?
maybe after
So
b4 you have to go rook c3 maybe,
rook c3 also, yeah.
which
But
is
now you can take an e5 and rook e7 will come. So
yeah, that's true.
it's not so simple for black. Um, Maybe black needs to play something like this kind of position and maybe move the king and try to play g6. Kick the rook off the 5th rank.
That's a very good move.
But yeah, it's hard to calculate from afar. Like if you miss a detail with black, then you're kind of in huge trouble. So it needs to calculate accurately. Interesting stuff, yeah. He's probably spending his time looking deep into these lines and making sure he can hold this kind of endgame. I don't know. I don't know why something tells me he's not going to find this knight takes d3 and f5. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. It feels like if you're under pressure the whole game, you're not really looking to ever take on d3. And you wouldn't assume that all of a sudden you have some f5. Like we can see it because we're looking at the eval bar, but maybe he'll find it. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Does
Yeah, knight
g6
takes
move?
c3 is not an easy move at all. It's not an easy move at all,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah.
Very missable. Also, you can just misevaluate the position. You can just think maybe after knight d3, queen d3, and then let's say you go rook e8, I go rook g4, and then later on you would say, okay, I have c3, rook comes to f5, h4 is coming.
Right.
I actually like white's position a lot here. So knight d3, I would take with queen. I have this monster knight in d5. How would you actually play? It's actually very difficult to go for this position. But later on I have rook f5. It's very hard to get your bishop to e5, almost impossible. So probably I would take with queen, and I would be very happy as white.
Definitely. And even if you see this f5 idea, right? Like, if I was playing a game here, it wouldn't be that obvious to me that black is okay with white's monster
Yeah,
right on d5, playing on d4, rook on g3. So, no, I definitely don't expect this to happen.
true.
Probably right now he's calculating all the lines with queen e5 and seeing if he can hold the endgame. Because it is a very forcing line, right? Trade. Okay, white's only idea is to win the f pawn. Oops, as we're looking at, take. And yeah, king g6 forcing the rook off the 7th rank. It's a very forcing line, so you can definitely calculate this pretty far. Take, rook c5. Again, b4 is the only logical move for white. Rook b5, and something like king h2, king h6. So I'm curious, how does Hans try to keep pushing in this endgame?
Yeah, but yeah, I also don't understand why is white even better here. Now
What
I
is the
have some
move here?
idea. Let's say you go king g3 and g6,
G6?
go rook, let's say f7,
Uh-huh.
or
You
f6,
take the
maybe f6,
pawn.
f6 better. No, go rook f6, and then take, and then rook d6.
Ah, so you're trying to put the rook on
We
d5.
met by rook d5, and next I'm gonna go some like yeah. See, next I wanna go king g4.
Right, and because black's queenside pawns are fixed by this pawn in a5, all the king of pawn games will be lost for black because white will just make a pass pawn in the center and black won't be able to do anything about it. So, yeah. So probably black will have to go right, but now this problem is if you go king g7, white will storm in with king g4 and go for the g pawn. So, yeah, definitely still some pressure for Hans here. I guess in that case we'll have to maybe play rook. Actually, what does black do, right? Maybe you go rook b3. No, that's apparently not the right move.
No, I was thinking maybe rook b2.
B2. Just keeping white's king sort of boxed. He goes G6. Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Somebody in the chat suggested it.
Wow.
Didn't take it too seriously. G6.
Total panic. Okay. So
That looks insane.
how do you finish him off?
So there's so many tempting options. The first thing that jumps out is rook takes G5. H5, you have knight F6, this juicy knight F6 check. So I guess he has to go to H8, and then what is actually the win here? I mean, I guess there's no mate, but there are a lot of options. So first of all, white could win a pawn.
Maybe knight g4. I like knight g4.
Knight G4.
Oh, that's a bad move.
Apparently
Oh
that's
yeah,
not the
you
right
should
move.
go f6.
F6,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I understand.
Take black and go queen f5. So if he wants, he could win a pawn with knight d7. He goes back, I guess. You take the rook and go end it with rook f6 and take on d6. So this is one option for Hans. Winning a pawn, but okay, the game still goes on. It's not resignable or anything, but very tempting. But it's very strange that he should play this g6. I guess, I mean, he was definitely afraid of these kinds of working games that we were looking at. So he sort of just panicked and couldn't find a move. That was a good time. Yeah, now Hans should definitely take some time and calculate because if he finds the right way of playing, Anish will be probably in huge trouble. So H4 is also an interesting move I just thought of. Okay, apparently that's bad. I wanted some ideas of take rook H3 and go for some attack, but I guess there might just be nothing here. After bishop back to G5, so maybe not working. What else? What else?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
So I guess if Hans were to go b4 now, black could probably just go knight b7. So maybe not doing too much yet.
So
Move you really like to.
yeah, I have an idea. So rook g5, hg5, bishop c4. Well, it doesn't work apparently, but my idea was that after
Apparently
queen
doesn't work,
e4,
but very interesting.
after queen e5, I wanted to take and go knight e7, knight c8, and then rook f7. I have in the end.
Right. You know why I think it doesn't work? I think black might have some stupid move. Like maybe there's some knight takes e4. And if you can win the queen, but in the end of the line, the white's bishop on c4 will also be
Yeah, yeah, that's right, that's true.
So I think black has this dumb counterplay when knight takes c4, so. Oh wow, the winning line is crazy if Hans finds this. He's genius. Okay, chat, do not tell what the computer says. I want to try to figure this out on our own. So let's try to figure it out. Apparently Hans is a genius winning line here.
That's interesting.
Curious. I'm very curious.
What would it be?
Yeah, so he can take the pawn the sort of safe way that we looked at before, but apparently it's something better. Maybe. Okay, I don't know if this works or not, but I'm thinking of some rook g5, hg, knight f6, king h8, queen e3. Okay, apparently this is bad. But my point was that now if black goes queen e5, we have this rook f5.
Oh wow, that's nice. That's really nice.
But after queen e3, I guess black can simply play knight d7 or something. It's probably running out of steam. So, not this. If you rook f6 after rook g5, then I think black can go simply queen e5. And the problem is now you can't really win the rook because black will go king g7. And you're running out of steam here. So not that.
What could it be?
So probably you start rook takes g5. Rook g5, hg. Now that's with king h8. Because here,
Well, yeah, I don't see anything better than this knight d7 and then rook f6.
I'm thinking if you can play
That's
some sort of quiet move here. Like, what if you just go b4, for example? So, okay, apparently that's not right, but I'm sort of thinking that maybe there's some quiet move way of continuing the attack here that isn't just taking the rook. I guess b4 here, black can take on d3 and go queen d5 or something. It's not much, but. I don't know. What do you think? What do you think he'll go for in the game? You think he'll just take the pawn?
I'm wondering if chat is trolling us by saying there is some genius, or
Probably chat is trolling, right?
I can't find anything else. I don't see it. And if there is, I wouldn't blame Hans for not finding it. But if
I
we
mean,
find
what
it,
is it?
it's super impressive.
Oh, it's just 97. Okay. They were trolling us. It's just the line we already said. So.
So with rook f6,
Chat was
yeah.
trolling us. Okay. Trolling chat as always. Yeah, so he takes the g5. He does go for it.
Yeah, 100, yeah. I mean, Hans doesn't miss these things.
Yeah.
When
No, it's the
he's
first thing that jumps out at you.
yeah, when he's fresh, he just spots these things. Knight f6, 97, what's happening?
So he'll get an extra pawn and very good chances for him, I think. Also with the time advantage, shoe looking very, very good. Yeah, the position kind of calls for it too, right? Like g6 just feels so wrong. Like it just doesn't feel like you can be able to get away with this.
Just
Very
doesn't
strange
feel
already.
right.
Yeah, no, just panic by him. I mean, if he doesn't see this knight takes d3, then you should at least try queen e5, I think. But yeah, g6 is kind of insane to me. So yeah, king h8, knight d7 will happen, king g8, take, and white will go and collect the pawn. And yeah, I mean, it's huge trouble for black because the problem for black is it's not only the pawn, but he'll have to watch out for this b4. So at the end of the line, let's say black played queen e5 or something. Okay, actually, yeah, probably would take with the queen. No, apparently this is bad. Huh.
That's actually what I wanted to ask. Like, how good is this endgame?
Right.
What else?
The computer hates taking on d6 both ways.
Maybe you just want to go for this, like, I don't know, queen e5 and then some
Bishop
bishop
c4.
c4.
Ah,
Wow,
even
that's
better.
genius. That's
And the point is
genius.
now, yeah, if black were to take on e4, g6 would fall. And if something like king g7, rook b6 will come. And all of a sudden, black's queen side is falling apart. Like the bishop has this beautiful d5 square, b4 will come, and black's actually kind of falling apart here. Wow, incredible idea. I wonder if Hans saw
Yeah,
this.
that's
Curious. So Anish goes f6. Ah, this is his idea. Okay, that makes more sense actually.
well, actually, we should have also looked at it. It's very natural.
Yeah, I did
Because
not
knight
see that at all
f8,
actually.
rook f8.
I will admit I didn't see that. So,
But now bishop c4.
but now bishop c4, right?
Wait.
Same idea.
Yeah.
And yeah, black can't really take on e4 because queen takes d6. His position will fall apart.
If queen
And
e5. then you just take, you go
25
bishop
and the
d5,
same
it's
idea.
GG.
Take and bishop d5, exactly.
It's game over.
Look at this total domination,
Yeah, so
right?
after
Like,
bishop
bishop on
d4, you
d5
have
is
to play
beautiful.
this very sad queen e7 probably, and then just bishop d5.
Right, but now Hans will have a great position. Maybe bishop d5 simply, and he'll start pushing his queenside pawns. And so many ideas for white because, first of all, black can't go knight d7 and reroute to e5 because b7 will fall. And if not, then his next move is b4. So maybe king g7 or something feels logical, but b4 will come. And I guess he'll have to go knight e6. But already we consider like queen b6, for example. And all of his pieces are perfectly placed. He can play for ideas
And
like
then we'll have
c4,
some
b5.
similar piece of ideas with rook f3, rook c3, you know?
For sure, for sure. Let's imagine black plays super passive knight d8, as I mean pointed out. Rook f3, rook c3 comes to mind. Even ideas like c4, b5 at some point, just creating an outside pass pawn also
For
make a lot
sure.
of sense.
And he found it. Brilliant.
Yeah, bishop
Brilliant
c4.
play, by Hans.
Amazing play. Getting moked, getting moked. Yeah, bishop just completely done. And also, right, like it really comes down to some details, right? Because let's imagine black was able to get two moves, he has knight to e5. Then the story completely changes because black has all his counterplay with g4, maybe ripping white's king open. But with Hans' pieces so active right now and b7 so weak, black is not gonna have time to organize anything. So yeah, big trouble for Anish. Hans playing perfect. Yeah. No, Hans is playing very, very well today. I like how he played it because there were moments where the computer suggested other moves. For example, here, right? He could have played b4. But this position leads to a bunch of simplification that will make it much easier for Anish to play. He kind of kept the pressure going the whole game. And even if he didn't play the very best move, he played, I think, the most human move of sort of keeping the position alive. And yeah, Anish just kind of crouched under the pressure. G6, definitely just a sort of panicked move. He has to recognize that his position's hanging by a thread here and needs to find the accurate way.
Yeah. True.
So, yeah, I mean, Anish, he has to go queen e7, right? There's not queen e5. It just shows complete domination. Look at black's rook tied down to f6, the knight tied down to b7. White will just go b4 next. Black has no moves at all. It's incredible. So, yeah, queen e7 is first, bishop d5. So I guess his only chance really is to hope for some counterplay with g4 at some point, right? So maybe after queen e7,
Well,
bishop
I'm not
d5.
sure. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, White's position is great, obviously, but still, it's not over. I think I would just sit and wait and see like
Right.
how White wants to make progress. But still, like I
That is
understand,
true.
you have this all this queen b6, b4, c4 stuff, but still, like black is pretty solid. As you pointed out, black always have this g4 ideas, and we can always go knight d6, knight f4. So it's bad. I do believe it's quite bad for black, but it's not like so bad. I think it's
I agree.
White still has to play very good.
No, that is a good point because it looks really nice for it, but at the end of the day, the only like huge weakness for black right now is the b7 pawn, right? And if you can sort of get a hold on that with some 96, even 98 or rook f7 at some point, white still does need to prove the win, right? It's not presentable. And like you said, the knight can come to jump into f4 at the right moment too with g4 if Hans is not careful. So definitely some technique needs to be showed, but I like his time advantage. That's
I love
I
it.
think the key factor here.
I
Right,
love it.
because at the
That's
time yeah, yeah. At the times we're reversed here, there's definitely no guarantee Hans will convert this game. And yeah, the chance will be looking much better. I think it's important to kind of recognize that the clock is like a piece in itself, right? Like if you have a good position but you're down on time, then you're gonna struggle. So the clock is very, very much a part of the game. Yeah, exactly. And also imagine Black's king was on G7 here, right? Like this extra tempo could be huge for Black. Imagine an extra tempo to maybe go. I don't know what he'd actually do with this extra tempo, maybe Queen C7, but some way to reroute the knight to E5 and things change a lot. But here with the king stuck in H8, he needs another move to go King G7 still, so helps Hans a lot.
true.
Which piece is the clock? I think the clock. Which chess piece would you say the clock resembles the most? I mean,
I don't know. You tell me.
Chat should decide. Hans is a better clock piece, exactly. All right. So while you're thinking here, I think we should go to a quick break. I'll get some more water so my throat doesn't sound as unpleasant. And go to the bathroom really quick, and we'll be right back to continue the
Sure.
exciting game. Much more exciting than last night. So stay tuned, guys. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, guys, you're
All
back.
right, guys.
The game is definitely
Uh,
heating up. A lot of action has happened.
yeah. So what actually happened during the break? So Anish went for 96 in that f4. So he's just saying, okay, I'm gonna give up all of the queenside pawns and just go for attack immediately. Um, very interesting way of playing. I don't know if it'll work, but I guess he kind of figured with low on time, he's probably not gonna survive this anyway. So he hit the panic button. But
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna work out. So it takes f5, queen c4. So what is his idea? So he wants to set up some attack with some knight h5. Yeah, he goes knight h5.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Do you really believe in this?
Definitely not. I mean, you just gotta trade the queens, and that's just GG's.
Right. I'm trying to understand what happens after, let's say, like rook.
Something like rook somewhere, rook, I don't know, e1.
Not sure what the right square is. E1 maybe. Yeah. Yeah, because the point
Or
is white is ready to go queen c3 already against
I
pretty
mean,
much any
if
of
I
his
if I
long
get
moves.
if I get to play queen c3, it's resignable. Like
Right.
it's game over. I was thinking maybe rook d1, but the problem of rook
d1.
d1 was the problem was that you give a check, let's say, and then fe4, I think. So now after queen, yeah, actually, yeah, just knight e2 check.
Right.
Um,
I do too. So yeah, no, very good point.
so therefore, I think rook e1 is a move. Oh, however, so let's say we go rook e1. I'm actually not sure. So let's say we go rook e1. Let's say black takes fe4.
Mhm.
Now we go queen c3.
Ah,
But there is a little like trick. Knight g3 check. Oh, but now we have king h2, right?
oh, but what Amin was trying to show is after king g1, like this
King
little
g1,
trick
we
on
have
rook
rook f1
f1.
check. So maybe black has to
Right.
start with knight g3 check instead of fe4 to force, to force king g1 and then fe4.
Now f4.
So now we don't
Right.
have queen c3, but still, like I think there are
There are other
other
moves
moves
too.
to
Yeah.
be considered. Like,
Maybe
what if I just go e6?
mhm. Right, because black isn't really doing anything yet. The e2 square is covered very well.
I think it's important to have after e3 also stuff like bishop f3. Let's say,
Holding
always
everything.
holding everything together. Yeah. So what's happened? What's happening?
So Hans played rook f3 in the game. This is the other move I was considering too. Rook f3, just preventing
Oh,
f4.
that's also nice. I think
Yeah.
knight g3.
So the drawback of this is that you're not really able to go queen c3 yet, but still, I mean, black doesn't have any immediate threats. You can kind of just run the a pawn probably too, right?
I actually think it was a great move. So the thing is that you don't have fe4. After rook f3, you did not have queen takes b2. It's important to point it out because of queen c3 check. So after knight g3, king g1, you still don't have queen b2 because now the knight on g3 is hanging.
So he
And
went
the next
f4.
question that
But now Hans can even go king h2, I think.
mhm,
Like apparently not.
maybe.
I just want to go queen c3, but I guess maybe unnecessary, yeah. Because okay, black still
I
doesn't.
was thinking. I
So I
was
guess his
thinking
next move.
about
Sorry, what move?
king f2.
King f2. Yeah. No, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Hmm.
Just aiming for queen c3, not trapping your king. Because yeah, if it's black's move now, he probably wants to take on b2. Because you always have this knight e2 trick. So that was his point of f4. But yeah, no, king f2 is very logical.
But what is black really threatening right now except queen b2? So let's say you want to take on
Yeah,
b2.
not
Let's say
much.
e3.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, maybe.
I would assume somewhere some g4, queen g5, queen
Right.
h4.
So maybe go king g7 or something. I don't know. Try to go for some g4 cheese, but yeah, no. But it just feels like it's all a little bit too much. I mean, Hans is 30 minutes on his clock too to figure it all out. But I do like your king f2 move a lot, just kind of forcing things.
Mm-hmm.
I guess maybe initial play because how do you actually stop the queen trade? You can, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
I
should
mean, you go
find a way to
king
do that.
h7. I guess you can go king h7, but maybe that's the way.
Then queen c3, you always have like 94. I see.
Right.
I mean, I kind of like, yeah, maybe now c3.
Mm-hmm.
So now I want queen d4, and I think you have to go g4 here.
Mm-hmm.
Takes queen g5.
I have to try something, right? But now there's queen c7, queen d6 there.
Yeah. So perhaps queen
So
d7 there. But I think,
yeah, he does play your
yeah,
king f2, yeah.
great prophylactic move. Yeah.
Yeah, very nice move, yeah. Yeah, I mean the problem is just that black's attack is not really coming, right? Because it's not like white has no pieces. All of white's pieces are surround the king. Not speak. Surrounding the king too. So also black needs to be careful, right? Like if he tries Stewart and blasts the position open, his king can become weak too. So it's not like he has a free attack or anything.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean I guess king h7 is the only move. I don't really see what else. Um, Yeah, Han's time usage is infinitely better than its first game. No, exactly. Like this game is playing fast, but it's at least sort of justified, right? Like he's making intuitive decisions quickly, and he's putting time when he needs to. So yeah, Can't haven't played. Anish always says when he's streaming time to go for tricks. I'm pretty sure he said that to himself here. Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's all he can really do. But I mean, what do you think? Like, I feel like it was too early for Black to go into this sort of panicked mode. You know what I mean? I feel like the position is not resignable. You can still kind of go King G7, keep the position together a little bit. Like we looked at, let's B4, Knight E6, Queen B6, maybe Knight D8. And okay, what is all these ideas of Rook F3, Rook C3? Sure, but like you said, it's not resignable, right? Black still has counterplay. Maybe here there's some F5 or something. I don't know. I don't think his position was that bad where he needed to sort of go all out for the attack.
Yeah, 100%. But it's very typical for chess players. Like, yeah, he
Right.
just fumbled. And I understand, like, he understood his positions, but he thought probably it's too bad that he has to just mix it up, just muddy the water. So that was his approach. But I know from, like, I know Anish quite well, and I think that is one of his weaknesses. And I have many examples of Anish in worse positions that he just didn't put up the best defense. So yeah, I'm
Right.
really surprised. But yeah, the position itself was quite difficult. That it's very possible to just overthink and just think that it's just so bad that you have to just muddy the water. So I kind of understand his approach, but yeah, it's definitely incorrect.
Definitely. Yeah. And nobody likes to just suffer in worse positions, but you're not gonna get away with giving away all of your pawns like this against Hans with 30 minutes on his clock. So too much, too much. But yeah. I guess he just thought his position was much worse than it actually was. Maybe he calculated some lines, thought he was just getting steamrolled. But yeah. So I guess Hans should just play simple. Yeah, C3 like we talked about.
Well, I was thinking after c3, probably Anish wants to go queen e7.
Is that right? With the idea of swinging over to A7
Yeah, and g4.
and G4 and Queen H4 can come. So yeah, that is a little bit of an annoying move. Um, so maybe Hans could be more accurate here. Maybe Rook C3. I don't know.
Hmm.
Kind of a weird move, but
And why not rook b3?
yeah, maybe Rook B3, right? Yeah, it probably makes more sense. He plays C3, okay.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we're gonna see queen e7. That's the only
Queen
try.
A7 seems like, yeah. No, I agree. The only reasonable try. Um,
Honestly, I can
yeah.
see scenarios where you can. So let's say queen e7. I have a line in mind. Let's say I
Hmm.
go queen b5. I don't think
Hmm.
it's a great move, but let's say queen b5 or queen b4. What happened? Did Yeah, g4. So is queen b7 winning?
Right, I was thinking of this as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Very
take
nice.
gf3. You just take back gf3,
Right. Okay.
and then you just a6, a7, just completely winning. The knight is out of the game, and this is not a
Very
great.
nice idea. Yep. Just can't stop a pawn from running, and I will have queen extra 2 pawns. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Yeah.
no, very nice. Very nice. I mean, I think Anish has to try anyway. Yeah, he does play it, but I guess it just ends the game. Is that yeah? That's the VC. That's the VC. Um, no,
Queen
I had a
B5
lot of
or
games
Queen
though.
B4, they look both look great to me.
Yeah, and I had a lot of games from the VC where you would also give up an extra piece, would give up a full rook, and you just have a giant like wall of pawns, and it's
Yeah,
so unpleasant to deal with in this game.
yeah.
So gives me good memories. But yeah, I guess it just ends the game, right? I mean, do you think you can try King H6? I guess you
Well, the
can.
thing that I don't like about Queen B5 is it hangs E4. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
Queen
yeah.
B4.
So Queen B4 is smart.
Mm.
But I guess Black can still go King H6 though is the problem.
So what if Queen B7?
Queen B7. Let's say he tries Queen D8, for example. I just
Let's
want to
say
go G4 next move.
mm.
That's
Now
what I
Queen
mean.
B6 probably.
Queen B6. Okay, so we just go back.
Yeah,
And yeah, I'm just setting up G4 and Queen H4
yeah.
basically. Just,
It's not that easy. Like
it's not
it's
that
not
easy,
really
yeah.
weak, but it's not like over.
Right. So he needs to
So
be a little careful. So he goes Queen. He does go Queen B4. Okay.
wow,
Tries already. Yeah.
he's playing my moves.
Works great, especially against Naroditsky. Exactly. Yeah, it helps your opponent's a giant tilter.
Wow,
Yeah,
G4.
yeah.
Well, how did
I,
Anish just like quickly fell for this?
come on, Anish. You can't do
Come
this.
on.
Come on. You gotta be better than that. How do you fall for that in like 20 seconds? Because also, like, it's not like you have to resign. King H6, the game. Hans needs to make some
Yeah, King
decisions.
H6 still game is going.
It's
Like
not
it's
easy.
not
It's not that
easy.
easy.
Like G4 is very hard to stop.
Like, you might need to do something really weird where he allows Queen H4 and just says there's no discovery.
I was even
Like, or
considering
something
something like
weird.
King E1, King D2, just
Right, maybe you have to run away, yeah?
run away. Yeah, I mean,
But still, I mean, it's not that easy. G4, Queen H4.
yeah,
I mean, it's not
it's
that obvious to me why. No, but you can't fall for that one instantly.
did
Yeah,
he?
yeah, but somebody, just to, you know, take a minute to continue bragging. Yes, helps your opponent's a giant tilter. Yeah, that's another thing I think people forget about Visu is that when I played Danya, he was already playing Blitz and Bullet for about 12 hours straight before our match with zero break. I'm pretty sure I challenged him right as he was coming off of a 300 game Hyper Bullet match against Andrew Tang, right before I played him. So that is something to consider also.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyway,
enough about myself. We're here to talk about Hans. I just I couldn't
yeah,
resist taking the
brilliant.
opportunity. Yeah,
Yeah,
Queen
very
B7, of
nice.
course.
Very nice.
But I mean, what do you think Hans' idea behind Queen B4 was? Like, did you think he was just an idiot walking into G4? Because, like, if not Queen B7, right? Already Black is like, computer says this is not easy already. And I mean, what is even your move after Queen H4, right? Maybe you have to go King E1 or something. No, but Queen
Yeah,
E1,
I'm
Queen
very
H1.
surprised he fell for that.
Like, what did he think the idea was?
Very surprised.
Very strange. Like, what did he think the point was?
I can't think of anything. Like I don't know. He just didn't see the threat. Now it's just over.
I mean, it's completely lost, right? There's nothing to even try. Take.
And
Make more
it's
runs.
good to point out that I think this is the first. It's Hans's first classical victory over Anish.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So they've been playing. They played a lot before, but um, Hans never beat Anish, and yeah, this is the first time.
Yeah, and obviously Hans played a good game, but like this is how Hans does it, right? Like when he's on form, he makes it look so easy. He just plays very natural, intuitive moves, and he just lets his instincts run. And his opponents, they get low on time and they start making mistakes. And I really like how he played in this game. I think he did a very good job. I think objectively, a lot of moves are similarly evaluated, but I think the way he played it posed a lot of practical problems for Anish, and he just kind of panicked. Especially this rook g3, queen d4 trick was very nice with this rook takes g5.
For sure.
And yeah. Yeah. Very
Do you
nice.
think Anish will continue a couple more moves and just
He'll probably play a few more moves, but yeah, it's not really much to play for here.
it's yeah, you're down 2 pawns. Um, That's just easily winning. Not much to play for.
Wow, yeah, first classical pick. Yeah, it's so hard to beat Anish in classical because I mean Hans did a lot of things well this game, right? He was able to just sort of get a normal kind of position out of the opening that Anish has not analyzed, which in itself is like winning a game on its own, right? And after that, just continuing the pressure, continuing keeping pressure on the clock as well. We had a lot of very, very good practical decisions in a row. I think, and Anish just sort of fell apart.
Yeah, I agree.
Hikaru was crying somewhere seeing this. Why would Hikaru cry? You know, it's free money for him. Anytime Collins has a decisive result, Hikaru, his paycheck is very, very good. So I don't think Hikaru is crying at all. I think he cries when there's a boring Berlin draw.
What is d5? Come on.
In today's video,
Yeah, just bishop d5.
yeah, he's just desperate, but yeah, even bishop d5. I mean, also even yeah, he's trying to set up some like dumb tricks with ED rook e8. That's his point, and with some perpetual. But obviously Hans was not going to fall for that. I mean, probably
No, I
can also
think
go
d5
a6,
is just... So
but
no,
a6 doesn't work apparently.
a6 because of d and then f3. Yeah,
Ah,
that's...
yeah. No,
It's a good...
yeah,
It's
a6.
yeah, it's an interesting try for sure. So just
Yeah,
bishop
okay.
d5 though is just... You cannot penetrate with the rook. Yeah, this
Guys,
is...
this would be a funny way to throw the game away. Black is actually just in time if you go a6, f3, and then knight if you go here, and then black will have knight h1, and black is actually just in time to queen his own pawn. So
Yeah.
it will be very embarrassing, but of course he's not going to fall for that. Yeah, simply bishop d5 wins. Yeah. Way to
So b8, you just go b4, rook c8, c4. Nothing you
right.
can do.
And if rook f6, you can go back to b7.
I mean, I think you
No
can
way to
even go
stop him.
b4, rook f6.
Right. No, just showing the dominance of white's position, just b4, b5. Like black's knight is completely trapped in g3. You just have a giant, huge wall of pawns just strolling in. And yeah, black cannot do. The rook is completely helpless. Like white's bishop on d5 is much better than black's rook. So. Yeah, well, that's true. Magnus looks like he's not too excited about having to meet Hans in Paris, but he did say it's what the people want to see. Yeah, I mean Magnus. I think Magnus just wants to win, right? I don't think. Obviously, I don't think he's very happy to play Hans, but at the same time, like he just wants to win. So I don't think it's. I think it'll be more. It's more drama for the viewers than for the players. Like both Hans and Magnus, I think they're not really gonna be thinking about it. They just want to play and they want to win. But the drama is more so for the people who are chronically on the internet. So.
So what did Anish play? H5, yeah.
He made that h5, but yeah, it's not gonna help a6.
a6, knight f6 though?
Yeah, I'd probably just bishop c6, right? Just keeping
Bishop
black's knight shut
b7,
out.
knight c7. Oh, but then rook f7?
Okay. Rook f7, but probably a lot of ways. Maybe just b4.
I mean just b4, yeah. So b4, okay, wait. So let's say rook f7, I go b4, you go rook c7.
Rook c7. So b5, let's say.
Rook c6.
Ah. Some
Then
tricks.
a7.
Yeah, even this is winning.
Rook c8, b6.
Also bc6, even this is probably winning. Just walk the
Yeah.
White just has way too many pawns.
Yeah.
She tries knight e8, but
Yeah.
probably just b4 and a7. b4, knight to 7, a7, and just c4, b5. Like you're not winning the rook right away, but there's no way to stop the recurrent to pass pawns like this. So. How long have Brandon and me been friends with Hans? So Hans and I've known Hans since we were 9, maybe. We played all the time growing up. I remember little Hans pouring ice cubes down people's shirts as a 9-year-old kid. So I can assure you guys that his personality has not changed one bit in 10 years. I mean, when did you meet Hans?
The first time was Grand Cis Riga we met. And then we started speaking. I noticed like he's very motivated. Like he was one of those guys that he wanted it like really bad, and since then we started working, and we became very good friends.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. I think if Hans brings me on for more commentary, I'll share more stories about him without his permission. So just don't tell him I told you guys. You know.
So now let's say b5. Let's say
Private.
b5. Let's say knight a8.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question.
Yes.
Uh, is bishop takes a8 winning?
Hmm. I guess to go c4, c5 quickly. Yeah, and then
Exactly.
b6
So
stuff.
c4, c5,
King g7,
and then
c5, king f6, and b6 is just in time, I
b6.
think.
We're in time. So rook a6, b7, check, king e1. Rook b2, c6, king b6, c7. Yeah, by
Just in
one
time.
tempo.
By one tempo. But yeah, also unnecessary, of course. Probably simply c4 is good enough. But yeah, even worst case scenario for Hans will still win by one tempo. So you guys make a good commentary team. Yes, of course we get the compliments as soon as I start sharing all the dirt on Hans. You know, I see how it is. We're just being used for inside chess knowledge. Nobody cares about our commentary. I mean, I think everybody hates us. I've revealed enough for one stream. I think you guys have enough to, you know, you got your drama fix of the day. Yes, rook f6, a7. Should see your resignation shortly. The commentary speaks for itself, exactly. Yeah, I think what you guys people don't really understand is that like, the chess players don't really care about this stuff. Like all this drama with whatever. Like both Hans and Magnus both just want to play their best chess. They don't really care about all this drama, I'm pretty sure. So it's interesting for the people watching, I think, but as chess players, you always just want to do your best, and you're not really so concerned with all this stuff. So
Yeah, there is
yeah,
not
so
much left, I
yeah, he
think.
tries to take on c6, but yeah, Hans can just walk the king over. Pretty straightforward. Like if only White had no h pawn, and he could make a path pawn with g4 at some point. But yeah, there's nothing to even play for black. So
I think
except the
it's
chess
kind of
players are
important.
professional.
I think it's kind of important that when you go like king g6, king h5, I always have like e5, e6. Like I don't necessarily have to go king d3 like king c4, king c5, king b6. I can just push the e pawn and it's unstoppable.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, Brandon, continue.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I was reading chat. Except the chess players who are professional streamers and need the content. Well, yeah, exactly. Um, I mean, it's great for streamers. It's great for people on Reddit. But yeah, I think chess players just want to be chess players. So yeah, and he's just still playing it out. I don't know, just because he's there. But I mean, the thing is, White has 100 ways, and you have literally 4 passed pawns. So and your king is more active. Your king will run to the queen side first. So no chance for black.
A great game from Hans. Very, very
Like
good game.
White would be borderline winning without 2 of his pawns. So
Hmm.
yeah, no hope for black. I mean, is this your first time casting chess games? Why don't you do it more often? You're a top player.
Um,
That says.
it's just not what I do. I did it for Hans. It's just I've never, yeah, I was just never in this world. I was, I mean, I'm playing chess. I don't really commentate, and But yeah, it's a nice experience. I might consider it for the future also. Yeah, I think Anish is
Please
gonna
bring.
win.
Yes. Please bring Hans to the stream. Yeah, we definitely will. He should be happy after a nice win, so we'll bring him on, ask him some questions.
Yeah, and then King B6 and then C4 and then yeah. I actually don't know why Anish is continuing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like, you
why
can
does
literally just push all your pawns.
yeah.
Just a lone knight against the entire white army.
I mean, funny thing is that, like, let's say you go knight a8, yeah, you can even just go King D5, King D5, King F5, and just grab those pawns and just game over.
That ain't from Max Troll, exactly.
Mm.
And he just gets paid by the minute. Yeah, that's how he's playing. That's a good one. You bring that A for the memes, but yeah, you go C7, making space for the king. You have another C pawn if you
Queen and
care.
E6.
Yeah. Should see a resignation any minute now. He's just wearing Hans out for future games. I don't think Hans is expending any effort to win this position. I'm pretty sure. So I think he can win this in a coma.
Chroma.
What do you think of the upcoming World Championship? Excited, excited. That is very, very sad. That is true.
There is nothing even to
Thank
play
you.
for. I really don't understand why Anish continuing.
I can't find a single trick
What is
here.
this?
He's still going. He's still going.
I don't see a single trick.
Yeah.
A single trick. So King B7?
No, online you don't resign because you go G4 when white queen moves, but
Yeah.
works so well.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, finally we get away.
Yeah, okay. Wow, what a game. Great technique by Hans. Very impressive. Well, I see the accuracy from chess.com. What do you think the accuracy is from Hans?
I had to guess probably 98.
It's 96.3.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
And yeah, even his mistakes, I don't agree
Kramnik.
they're mistakes, right? It's just yeah, somebody called Kramnik up.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. We'll do the procedure. We'll do the procedure. But yeah, and even his mistakes, I don't really agree they were mistakes because they worked out in the game, right? So you can't really call his moves mistakes because they put the most pressure on initially, and he made mistakes back. So
Yeah.
very, very nice game.
Also, I like this queen b4 because if you miss b4, I'm not sure if he missed it, but then that's the second option. This queen b4 is a very nice move. So
Yeah,
that
no, I like
after
this a
knight
lot.
e4,
Yeah, yeah.
because black is I think threatening knight takes c4, but then bishop before queen e4, then will be met by rook e1. Very very nice find by Hans for sure.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I just thought B7 was hanging, but that's also nice. Yeah. There's also this taken rookie one, winning the rook. So sometimes a single move is all you need to know, right? Exactly. Let's unpack a new DGT board and new pieces every day so we can be sure that they aren't used to cheat. You guys are funny. You guys are funny. Ah, somebody says, I mean, would this win Hans past you in live ratings? How do you feel about this?
Did Hans pass me? Oh yeah, he did.
Apparently.
Yeah,
Apparently.
well, we're not really competing against each other. It's good. I like to see him just going as high as possible. Um, Yeah, I remember we had this dream like back then to. I mean, not dream to cross 2700, but we dreamt about like way more than this. But like we're talking about this like crossing 2700, you know. So we did it, and I'm sure we both are gonna be a lot higher than this. So yeah, really, it's just a beginning for Hans. I think yeah, like 27, 20, 30 is not something crazy.
Sorry to interrupt you, but Hans is calling me right now, so
All right,
we'll see.
let's see if you can join the.
I'm calling him back. Come on, Hans, pick up. He says 1 second. Join. What am I telling him? Join camera. Okay, I'm telling him to join. He said he's joining from his phone. So we'll see him soon. He says he'll speak from the phone. We'll just put him on speaker. All right, so we'll get Hans on the phone shortly. I guess we won't get his beautiful face. We're only gonna get his voice, but we'll hear his thoughts. So it'll be interesting. Um, Brandon has the most punchable face in the planet. Thank you.
What?
I try. Uh, I love Twitch chat. Is there 1 hour? No. There's no delay. So Hans will be joining us very soon. He said, you know what Hans said? He said he's ordering food right now. So priority is before us. See how it is. How rude. He's abandoning his own stream to order food. Okay, he's calling. He's calling. Hello, Hans. What's up?
What's up, Brando?
Big win. Big
You
win.
like the game?
How are you feeling? No, we loved your game. How are you feeling?
27.
Yes. The queen before. I mean, found the same idea, but no, we were saying it was very weird that he immediately went for this g4. He can still go king h6 and keep the game going, but I don't know what he missed.
Is he?
No, he's not okay. He's not. You're still winning, of course, but at least he can keep the game going.
Can you hear us?
I really like how I played. Like the whole game felt very smooth. And any critical moments?
Wait, you guys can't hear Hans? Wait.
I mean, I
Is
can
that
hear
so?
Hans, but it's like a bit weird.
Um, no, the chat is saying they can barely hear you.
Maybe just close it to the microphone.
You're on speaker. Can you guys hear him? You're on speaker right now.
Hans, can you speak?
What to do?
Can you wait? Try speaking. Hello. Yes. Okay. Chat. You should be able to hear him. They should be. Okay. Yeah. So no, we really like this. The way you play this queen b4, especially just keeping all the pieces on the board. You just kept the pressure.
He just sort of it got worse and worse. I really, there's this really nice moment. Like after I played bishop takes f4. Here, I think what he missed is bishop f6.
Mhm.
But now I played bishop e3, bishop e5, queen h4, knight f6, bishop h6, and it's just very bad. And if not for this line, he just put bishop f6, bishop e5. So I think bishop takes f4 was really where I caught him.
Mhm.
I don't know if the engine agrees, but
Yeah, the engine does agree.
yeah, no, because obviously because bishop f4, I played it intuitively, like I didn't see the whole line, and then I was worried about bishop 6, but then I saw, okay, I can go bishop h2, bishop b3, but queen h4, bishop h6, take rook f6, bishop f6, queen f6. Next time taking on h6, and his king is just way too weak.
Right. No,
So
very nice.
that's what he missed. And after that, like once I get knight square in d5, and the bishop is still bad in d8, and his rooks are sort of discoordinated. Everything came together. Like I think his last chance was, I think after like queen e6, queen d4, the game is just over, because if queen e5, maybe he missed queen e5, d5, rook g5, knight e7, f7, rook f7.
Right.
And
so actually, Hans, after queen d4, he had this crazy miracle defense, and he's still okay apparently. He can take on d3 apparently. He can take on d3,
Yeah.
cd and f5, and he's okay. Yeah, we did not expect him to find this, but yeah, rook f5, rook f5. The bishop. Yeah, but yes, but he doesn't take back on f5. He plays he has queen e1 and rook c1, I think. Yes.
I think something went wrong. Like we can't hear him.
F5? F5, shit. And h4, bishop f6. But it's close though.
Yeah, it barely works out for black. But also, okay, you can also take back on d3 with the queen and keep playing too. You're still a little bit better. You can still play.
It felt really, really difficult for him.
Yeah, for sure. No, you played a very, very nice game.
But I'm very happy with how I recovered mentally. And I woke up like 30 minutes before the game, but I'm not a big fan of the schedule. But anyway.
Hans, Chad is wondering. You just passed, in live ratings. How do you feel about that?
I care about being number one, and I hope that Amin is number two.
Great to hear. Great to hear. And also, yeah, no, this is very. So, what do you think went wrong for yesterday in your first game? And how were you able to get yourself together and play so? Yeah.
Just sort of, opening and then lost control, and then things just, weren't going right, and he played quite well. But I'm awake and ready and rejuvenated by this victory, and we'll try to put more pressure.
No.
So I have a question for Hans. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Wait, Hans. Yes, Amin has a question for you.
Hans, can you hear me?
Okay, just say the question for Brandon.
So Hans, you played a great game. So you seem to have a great preparation today. That was something that you didn't show in the first game. So I was wondering, like, how did you prepare for this game? Like, what has changed?
Can you repeat what he said?
So he said, it seemed like today you played a great game. You had great preparation for this game, but yesterday you were kind of on your own pretty early. So what changed? What did you do in your preparation for today's game?
And I checked it, and of course I prepared, but it didn't happen on the board. But yes, you can thank Amin for sending me a file and another private second for my victory. So all credit to the commentators. They're commentating seconds, all inclusive package.
That's how it is. So we're your full-time slaves then. Is that how it is? Wow. Okay. I see how it is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, see you guys.
All right. Well, best of luck, Hans. We'll see you. All right. So that was big Hans.
Preparation, no, Brandon. Nice preparation.
I know. I guess he's the best second in the world then. You were just waiting to drop that bomb the whole game without telling us. Very, very sneaky.
Yeah.
But very, very nice. No, good stuff. I guess he has the best second in the world, and he really paid off this game. So
yeah, it did pay off. I'm happy he just played flawlessly. Honestly, it was just Very
Yeah,
good
no,
technique.
amazing game by Hans.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good momentum for him. He's up 3 in the match now after this huge win, and the pressure is back on Anish to do something with the white pieces. So we'll definitely see what he has in store for us tonight. But no, if Hans continues to play the way he played this game, he's in great shape for the rest of the match. So
That's true.
looking forward to it. Drop the file, let him pass him a rating. Exactly. Amin versus Hans boxing fight. Maybe
Of course,
maybe
Owen.
some chess boxing.
No, I'm doing.
All right,
mixed
guys.
This is. I think. Yeah. I think now I'll kill him.
Well, anyway, fun game, guys. We'll make sure to stay tuned to look for Hans Gamer starts in 90 minutes now. So yeah, looking forward to the game. Make sure to check out gmhans.com if you want to. If you're an ambitious chess player,
Absolutely.
make sure to check out his website.
Absolutely, the
And
best chess website in the world.
we have it
gmhunt.com.
here. 2,700 plus player right here telling you guys it's the best chess improvement website in the world. So if you don't believe
Make
him,
sure
who
you
are you
check
going
it
to
out.
believe?
Yeah.
Make sure to check it out. But yeah, we'll see you guys later.
All right, guys.